Presidente, this soothing cup of locally sourced cocoa reminds me of our sweetest days. I speak of Tropico, history's greatest chocolate factory. Let me remind you of a time when lemonade seas lapped against gingerbread beaches, parrot cakes nested in bubblegum trees, and people wore tea sherbets and marzipants all year round. It was a sugary paradise. As I recall, it all began with the Wizard Wonkmeister golden coupons. Presidente, in a transparent attempt to counter declining sales, Wizard Wonkmeister is holding a competition to visit his factory. Time is precious, Presidente. Especially your time, as you are the busy leader of a nation and not just a child playing in a sandbox.
Es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz. Vive. Escucha bien, muchachito, escucha bien el misterio total y aprenderás, señorito, lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal.
official statement from the palace says there is nothing to be alarmed about. The sense of growing dread is perfectly normal.
genius is undeniable, Presidente, but would you consider an idea?
Presidente, have you seen the people who toil in this man's evil factories? They're so poor and hungry, mere cogs in his machine. With your help, they shall receive the succor of the good book.
But, my dear lady, my evil factories create opportunity for the poor and hungry. The meek shall inherit the earth. Isn't that right, Presidente? Helping me helps all of that Harridan's flock.
I've got a problem, Presidente. Yeah, with those sneaky Reds. How did you guess?
The planet is in grave danger, Presidente. Surely the goddess needs us to save her now more than ever. Won't you consider going just a little green?
I'm sure El Presidente is amused by your pagan nonsense, child. But this talk of going green has me seeing red. Presidente, if we're going to save something, we should start with the souls of registered voters.
You're not terribly popular with my friends, Presidente. They say the only thing green you're interested in is money.
They call me the broker. A few opportunities came up. Nothing illegal. Well, nothing that can be proven to break any laws.
Presidente, your political maneuverings are the stuff of legend. Excuse me while I take some notes.
Hey there, Prez! Boy, do I feel good today. Stocks soared overnight. I love it when I wake up richer. There's a thin line between legal and illegal. You know, it's so thin, some days I can barely see it.
You put the Earth first and now everyone is happy. Or they would be if they knew how important the planet was.
You bought us some time, Presidente. I'm not sure how much or what it cost. And for God's sake, don't tell me! I've got a problem, Presidente. Yeah, with those sneaky Reds. How did you...
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want...
My friends, you are the dedicated ones for whom no hardship is too great. True Tropicans, your tribulations shall be rewarded with just a little more effort. Your Presidente hears the cries of the sick. You say there are not enough doctors to label all the illnesses, but soon everyone will know the names of all their diseases. Without a doubt, Tropico must grow. We owe so much of our prosperity to the industrialists. They create jobs and commerce, and take only a little in return. On the other hand, the Eastern Bloc causes only dissension and strife. I denounce those who profit blatantly from global turbulence. A free market requires an invisible hand. So let us look to the good times ahead. I promise many types of wealth, including full stomachs. From here on, the word Tropico will be synonymous with abundance. For all! My promises are made humbly, for I am Tropico. Remember, a vote for El Presidente is a vote for me.
Let me be. Did I forget something? Nice weather. So good to see you.
We have a grocery, Presidente. Let's buy chocolate. Wear this realistic false nose, or you will be recognized from the picture on the money. I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend... That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be very exacting about what counts as a fulfilled promise.
Remember, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, coffee is pineapple juice, and Tropico is the future. Stay tuned to Canal Uno. Listener wrote in asking, how do I know if my neighbor is a spy? The palace responds, take no chances. Spy on everyone.
me add to your infinite wisdom, Presidente.
Rumba de la calle.
There, it is complete.
Ideal, porque me gustan las cosas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz. Vive. Escucha bien, muchachito. Escucha bien el misterio total. Y aprenderás, señorito. Lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa. Y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como digo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal. Vive.
Flying cars have arrived in Tropico. Current flight times are less than a second, but our scientists are working hard on improving that. The number one sign of being a spy is voting against El Presidente in an election. Do not make this fatal mistake, citizens.
The citizens are demanding election.
My friends, you are the dedicated ones, for whom no hardship is too great. True Tropicans, your tribulations shall be rewarded with just a little more effort. And what of my people? I feel your pain when your walls shudder and your roofs leak. Those of you who have roofs. But soon, roofs for all and walls for many. Our efforts are aided by our communist comrades, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. Equality for all, especially those who are more equal than others. My people, do not talk of the so-called Western powers. They are paranoid fools who accuse others of spying. Their own spies shall retreat with red faces. What can you look forward to in the years to come? Better housing, slantier roofs, straighter walls, more transparent windows. The Tropican house of tomorrow is built with standards. So vote El Presidente for the future that you deserve. All of you. Viva Tropico!
Look left. Look right. Statistically, every one of those people could be a spy. Be vigilant and report all strange activities, especially from family members.
Are you lost?
You look kind of familiar. Please, excuse me. Busy. See?
I am sorry, not today, please.
want to get on everyone's good side. Slash taxes and worry about balancing the budget after the next election. Everyone loves having more money, and if they complain when there's not enough money in the treasury to pay for health care, sanitation, crime safety, and so forth, well, you can repeal the tax cuts and make them all happy again. 2 easy wins for the price of 1. Election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that accidentally reduces the size of the workforce. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the city...
What makes the Cold War so cold? The lack of love for El Presidente. Remember, loving El Presidente is your patriotic duty as a Tropican.
I shall rewrite history. I go where I please.
Have the chocolate, Presidente. Now to open the first bar and find that golden coupon. No. Maybe the second. No. But it must be here.
Hey there, Presidente. Someone with a real strange nose bought all my store's chocolate. Of course, I have no idea who that person was.
Presidente, I have eaten 100 bars of chocolate, and still you have no coupon. I have failed you, and I'm feeling very strange.
pleasure doing business with you, Presidente. And I can pay you back tenfold with just a little magic. Need some help, Presidente? If you want that golden coupon, you'll need as many Wonkmeister bars as you can get your hands on.
Presidente, thank you. Your great popularity with the people gained you a golden coupon. And you named me your +1.
Lemonade seas, bubblegum trees, marzipants? Huh, I declare this to be gibberish, Presidente, and far from a viable business model.
In a hard-hitting expose, Canal Uno exposes the truth about the commandos. They do wear underwear. It is unwise to go to war without it. suspicious about your neighbor? You should be. Traitors to Tropico lurk in every corner. Be vigilant. Report anti-Tropican behavior immediately.
mamita, que no puedo esperar. Rumba de la calle.
Let Penultimo humbly teach you some.
Es que me gustan las cosas, es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me
There,
gustan
it
las
is complete.
Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí, es que mi destino es ser feliz. ¡Vive! Escucha bien, muchachito, escucha bien el misterio total y aprenderás, señorito, lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal. ¡Vive!
Penultimo opened your factory today, Presidente. He used chocolate scissors to cut a red licorice ribbon. It took 3 hours.
Presidente, we're in the chocolate business. Now to give Wonkmeister the competition of a lifetime.
The citizens are demanding elections, President.
Tropico, my beloved homeland, my adoring people. With sorrow I have watched you toil, but have faith in me, El Presidente, and your troubles will soon be over. My people, are you bored? Let Presidente entertain you. Oh, is nothing fun anymore? Let Presidente be all the fun you need. You don't enjoy life? Let Presidente enjoy it for you. As we strive, God shall not forsake our beautiful shores. Our spiritual friends guarantee this, for which we owe them one, in this life and the next. My people, do not talk of the so-called Western powers. They are paranoid fools who accuse others of spying. Their own spies shall retreat with red faces. So vote El Presidente for the future that you deserve. All of you. Viva Tropico!
Sure the good citizens of Tropico intend. election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that accidentally reduces the size of the workforce.
Our money's at work, Prez. I optioned the stock, stocked up on options.
Nuclear missiles, the future of warfare or planet-destroying insanity? A new report from the palace says classified.
Presidente, focus groups tell us that people don't want 1,000-year-old chocolate. I fired my marketing department. Again. We refocused the focus groups, Presidente. We need to, and I quote, move out of Squaresville and get hip to be it, Daddy-O.
Now that the war is over, Presidente, we finally have a chance to demonstrate your unlimited greatness to the world. I am so excited. Only a truly great leader would propose borrowing one of the great landmarks of the world. I could never have thought of such a plan.
El Presidente announces a new Snitch for Cash program. Report something suspicious today, and you could win fabulous cash prizes. winning the Cold War? A special report from Canal Uno reveals the answer. El Presidente! We never doubted it.
Expect them to talk? No, we expect them to die. Of course, I joke, Presidente. You are responsible for all of our expectations of death. Reporting in. The blockage has been flushed, or washed and wiped. Presidente, it seems that gangsters in New York have rumbled our plan to steal a certain Lady of Liberty. Reporting in. The blockage has been...
The palace today announces a new mascot, Hermano Mayor. He is big and he's your brother. He'll always keep an eye on you, and that's a promise.
Presidente, the torch is inside the petticoat. Those shapely copper thighs and ankles are safely secured on tropical soil. The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want...
People of Tropico, it is I, your Presidente. You have showed your faith in me, and that faith will be rewarded. Every Tropican will get what they deserve. My people, are you bored? Let Presidente entertain you. Oh, is nothing fun anymore? Let Presidente be all the fun you need. You don't enjoy life? Let Presidente enjoy it for you. Let us speak of growth.
Presidente, the llama is in the discotheque. I repeat, the llama is in the discotheque. Presidente, the Cold War is over. The future is now present, and the present will presently pass into the past.
I bet you're here to ask how to make the world a better place, hey, Presidente? But that's a trick question. The world already is a better place, and these fancy, weak-minded, liberal ideas are just making things worse. Trust old Hector Delgado. The best way to ruin an omelet is to try to fix eggs that were never broken in the first place.
The modern world has no time for morality, Prez, so we can exploit as we export. We're going to need a lot of corn syrup.
The ennui. I could distract myself easily with a chocolatey treat, but such pleasure is transitory. And then what? More chocolate?
Hey there, pal. I hear you want to compete with Wonkmeister. Fine by me, but he's not your only competition. Americans thrive on competition.
Wonkmeister. Ah, yes. Logistical problems, Presidente. Look, Wonkmeister has filled this form in with a blue pen. Quelle horreur!
Presidente, you are alone? Nobody is listening? We must talk chocolate with special ingredients.
Crowds gathered today as the Busto de la Libertad brought her famous ice cream cone to the shores of sunny Tropico.
This paperwork is exquisite, Presidente. All 430 sub-clauses have passed on your first submission. It's unheard of. Number 421. Ah, Presidente. So sorry to keep you waiting. Wait, didn't you have that same number before?
Nothing says security like a well-funded army, Presidente. The borders are safe, the nation is safe, and, most importantly, you are safe. So, invest in the army.
I'm as big a fan of the armed forces as anyone. But a nation that doesn't have strong values is doomed. If you want the respect of other nations, invest in tradition, Presidente.
Presidente, my friend, you catch me on a good day. The burden of my wealth feels light, like a fluffy marshmallow.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you.
Water can float a boat, Presidente, but it can sink it too. Chocolate is pleasing, but it also makes you fat.
Election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that...
Can we talk about the issues, Presidente? Certainly the people are concerned about the issues. It's past time someone did something.
Tropico has ceased trading with a certain major superpower. The palace's statement? They don't trade fair, so neither will we.
Presidente, you must have heard the phrase, for science. When people express belief in the unhindered pursuit of knowledge, they sometimes dogmatically explain this phrase like this: we need more research stuff for science.
You can't shoot the enemy with knowledge, Presidente. I've tried, and the results are disappointing. What we really need is more soldiery stuff for soldiers.
I have something I would like you to do for me. Did that sound like a choice? I suppose I must have misspoken.
genetically modified crops are a smash hit in the neighboring
Robots, Presidente. They're what makes factories so good at what they do nowadays. Y'all need more factories using robots to make more robots to make more factories, and maybe some other things too.
Robots, Presidente, absolutely. But we don't need more factory robots. That's so last century. We need better robots. And that takes the kind of research that only smart people can do.
Can I help you? So stressed. Voila! Nice weather. Did I forget something?
The many before the one. Equality. That is what the people yearn for. And you yearn for...
Tropico chocolate is a sensation, Presidente. Wonkmeister's Dream Factory has been downsized, and its employees are out on the street.
My memory is uncertain. Did little people dance and sing? Or did we take a boat ride upon a river of confusion? I know for sure that we ran a purveyor of ethically made, high-quality confectionery out of business and substituted cheap candy drenched in corn syrup marketed via a host of dirty tricks for profit. Seas of lemonade? Beaches of gingerbread? Presidente, it was much, much better than that. You have done it, Presidente. Victory is ours. I mean, victory is yours.
Es que me gustan las cosas. Bienvenido a la isla bonita, de gracia, de oro y de sol. Bienvenidos a Tropico, pues aquí se alegra vuestro corazón. Todo el día cantando y bailando, gozando con nuestra emoción.
Sorry, Presidente. I meant to say, are you well? But I am reminded of your pirate days. It all happened on Cala de Nada, an island so bereft of natural resources that the islanders had learned to eat sand. But you saved them, Presidente. Your piratical genius made something from nothing. Let me take you back to a time of adventure upon the high seas. Governor, it is a credit to your uncompromising will that no island is too dismal to avoid your attention. Busy.
I ask myself, Governor, do the ends justify being mean? But for independence, any sacrifice is worthwhile.
We now have a pirate cove. No, not a pirate coven. Sea crime and witchcraft should never be combined.
Salutations, Governor. Nice island you have there. Maybe a tiny bit bleak, but nothing a few throw cushions won't cheer up. More, Governor, more. Always more. Hop to it. The crown demands.
Viva la revolución! Together, Governor Ju, I, and the people will turn everything around. I ask myself, Governor, do the ends justify being mean? But for independence, any sacrifice is worthwhile.
The shivering of timbers, the splicing of main braces, the rogering of jollies. Governor, the muse is with me today.
Well, you did the right thing, which is whatever the crown says it is. Cream tea? More, Governor, more. Always more.
Governor, our pirate story library is a hit. The people have gone pirate crazy. Pirate sales are through the roof.
May I introduce myself, Governor? I am Captain Rodriguez, a soldier in your service. But I have a new calling. The men are saying they're not feeling as piratey as they'd like. I offered to saw some legs off, but it turns out it's rum they want.
Now then, old chum, how's the governing game? If you need help, I can always give you a hand. Or the boots.
The men are all as hammered as nails in a deck, Governor. They've been singing happily and have started dancing too. It's quite a show.
Good job, Governor. You're clearly a natural at this. Thank you for sending me what little product you have.
The people, mad for sea stories, have declared you Pirate King. In this new Tortuga, they call you Langostino, King Prawn.
Sir, it appears that we need more pirates. We need a recruitment drive. Find ourselves some prospective pirates who just don't know it yet.
If I may have your attention, President. royal penultimo is speechless. Only the political majesty of his beloved Presidente stills penultimo's tongue this way.
Now then, old chum, how's the governing game? If you need help, I can always give you a hand. Or the
Our revolution is as yet only marginally glorious, but with your continued support, Governor, the people will make it shine. Is so rife, Governor, that we have to pay a bribe to find out how much to pay in bribes.
Ahoy, Captain! Your coves are ready! I've never seen so many hooked hands, wooden legs, and eye patches in my life.
Revere Langostino, most jumbo of shrimp. It is an honor to speak to the Pirate King.
I say, Governor, I'm hearing some delicious rumors about your bleak little island. Someone has pretensions towards kingship, eh? Let's not leave any money on the table, Governor. Where there's pirates, there's rum. So, cut me in.
Your judgment is always impeccable, President.
You pirates are learning the ropes, Governor. Oh, what a clever thing to say. I bet that catches on.
Viva la revolución!
There, it is complete.
Corruption is so rife, Governor, that we have to pay a...
Governor, I am here to report perfidy. Lord Wyndham contacted me directly with a bribe. Oh, I was shocked.
Something does not feel quite right, Governor. I have a powerful desire to call you Presidente.
Our revolution is as yet only marginally glorious, but... is so rife, Governor, that we have to pay a...
I must say I'm glad to be...
Our revolution is as yet only
Good quality leather you make, Governor. Appreciate the exports. They're a nice little earner. Excuse me, old sport. I need a teensy tiny favor. The rum's going down well, Governor. As well as Beer Street and Gin Lane, London now has a rum cul-de-sac.
corruption is so rife, Governor, that we have to pay a bribe to find out how much to pay.
I must say I'm glad. Excuse me, Earlsport. I need a teensy time.
Our revolution is as yet only
Got the seal.
I ask myself, Governor, do the ends justify Viva la revolution!
What does he mean by that?
Let me be. I'm so stressed.
I am sorry, not today, please. May I just squeeze past, please?
See?
Well, you did the right thing, which is whatever the...
The people of Tropico love you almost as much as I do, Governor. We have such exquisite taste.
Feisty little colony, aren't we? We'll try not to crush your spirits too comprehensively.
Governor, the people have a request. Viva la revolución! Together, Governor Ju, I, and... Corruption is so rife, Governor.
Well, I suppose you did rather well, for a bunch of savages.
My heart swells with joy as I greet my fearless leader for the first time as El Presidente.
This is the voice of Tropico saying, it's a Canal Uno kind of day.
Governor, I proudly report the construction of our secret hidden fort. It is sure to bamboozle the crown. I'm glad our defense is secure, and thank you so much for my promotion. I must be the world's first pirate general.
Did I forget something?
Let Penultimo humbly teach you something.
listener wrote asking, how can I help El Presidente win the war? The palace replies, vote El Presidente in the next election.
Presidente, I am inspired. I have solved the problem of capitalism.
Excuse me, Presidente. I have a little task that you might enjoy. It is so much fun that by doing it, you will owe me a favor.
Don't you just love watching the boats leave harbor, Presidente? Each one loaded with goods for export.
Oh, Presidente, your political... Your buccaneers hanker to weigh anchor, O most fearless of leaders. If only there was a breeze.
Remember, loose lips might sink ships, so tighten your lips with a Tropican-made spanner. You won't regret it.
Another day, another deal complete.
set sail for booty once more. We were ready to haul the rocks, but suddenly there were druids everywhere. Our elite squad is deep into enemy territory. But the compasses just arrived in this morning's mail.
Remember, Tropico could be invaded at any time. Keep your survival kit on hand. In the event of panic, breathe into the paper bag.
Sir, yes, sir. The operation is back on target. Arr, set sail for booty once more. Presidente, we've landed and met with our local contact, a Mr. Jesus, who knows the area like the back of his hand, which, weirdly enough, has a hole in it. He says it's from a gunshot, but I think it might have been a high-fiving accident. Presidente, we did it! We bagged Big J, and nobody is the wiser. Jesus is currently turning the other cheek. And by that I mean distracting the authorities with a little bit of gunfire. We're on the run, Presidente. The jungle is our home now, and Jesus is taking the wheel. He knows these woods like no other. But the authorities got wind of our theft, and they seem to be quite trigger-happy today.
Rockets, the newest threat raining death from the skies. The palace assures all its citizens that no country thinks Tropico is worth sending rockets against.
We've done it! The rocks rolled off the deck and onto the dock. Oh, Jesus! He stood until the bitter end, but they got him, Presidente. Damn you, God! If you even exist! And if you do, then go to hell! Thank you, Jesus. Now, you can finally rest for all eternity. Presidente. I might have just seen a ghost. I think I saw Jesus walking among the crowd, but when I looked again, he was gone. We will never forget you, Jesus. You gave your life for our sins. Amen.
The palace issued a new world map today, revealing that the Allies and the Axis both lost ground, while Tropico has annexed Greenland and Antarctica.
Don't you just love watching the boats leave harbor, Presidente? Each one...
Canal Uno is proud to announce the construction of Tropico's first Neolithic solar calendar, taking the guesswork out of when the solstice is happening.
Ándate, mamita, que no puedo esperar, pero qué bueno. Rumba de la calle, rumba de la calle. Ándate, mamita, que no puedo esperar, pero qué bueno es.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want...
Rumba de la calle.
Tropico, my beloved homeland, my adoring people. With sorrow I have watched you toil, but have faith in me, El Presidente, and your troubles will soon be over. Other nations look to Tropico with a barely concealed jealousy that is fully warranted. We have all the best landmarks, and they keep carelessly losing theirs. And what of my people? I feel your pain when your walls shudder and your roofs leak. Those of you who have roofs. But soon...
Tropico says, Buenos dias to Big J as he arrives at his new location atop the hill. From now on, all new arrivals to Tropico will be blessed with a spiritual energy and a desire to hug someone.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico.
Es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas.
The election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that acts.
We all know that El Presidente hates bullies. So when superpowers try to bully Tropico...
Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be very exacting about what counts as a fulfilled promise. It may be a trop. The rich.
Y aprenderás, señorito, lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal.
has been confirmed that our beloved military mascot, Capitan Tropico, will be appearing at the Tropico Service Organization Gala. Morale ahoy!
Sold so many ships and then pirated them that the people of this island no longer need to eat sand. They worship you, Langostino!
And there the story ends, Presidente. I still have my cutlass. It is made from cardboard. Not much use for fighting. Of course, a pirate kingdom proved unsustainable, and we were forced to execute those who had sailed the ocean on our behalf. As good pirates, it is what they would have wanted. But though times changed, the magnificent legend of Langostino would never be forgotten. Are you ready for a top-up? You have done it, Presidente. Victory is ours. I mean, victory is yours.
Bienvenido a la isla bonita, de gracia, de oro y de sol. Bienvenidos a Tropico, pues aquí se alegra vuestro corazón. Todo el día cantando y bailando, gozando con nuestra
Presidente, most people do not believe in science. It is too far-fetched. It is not something they can see with their own eyes. But we know better, Presidente. Science does exist, and it has a dark side. Do you remember the creatures, Presidente? Do they still haunt the innermost cavities of your mind? I remember the claws, the blood, the horror. Every night I pray to forget. Time is precious, Presidente. Especially your time, as you are the busy leader of a nation and not just a child playing in a sandbox. Presidente, it is time to realize your fondest dream. No, not that one. Tropico Land, Presidente. Your very own theme park.
A theme park, Presidente, with real live dinosaurs. Okay, Don't ask for friendly velociraptors, though. That's just a bit silly.
Now available on the Tropican Health Service. Laser eye surgery. For those who simply must have laser eyes.
It is such a burden being the heir to an unimaginable fortune. You cannot imagine the lack of pressure.
The planet is in grave danger, Presidente. Surely the goddess needs us to save her now more than ever. Won't you consider going just a little green?
I'm sure El Presidente is amused by your pagan nonsense, child. But this talk of going green has me seeing red. Presidente, if we're going to save something, we should start with the souls of registered voters.
Will robots replace your job? An official palace statement says, it depends on how hard you're working, citizen.
I'm authorized to say, good news, Presidente. We've passed a new directive, but I'm afraid it requires your total compliance.
good leader listens to the people, Presidente. Show you care for your Tropican comrades and win their hearts and souls. Though you do not get to keep them, okay?
Speaking of souls, I'd imagine that El Presidente is looking forward to joining me in heaven, rather than going to the other place. The Good Shepherd looks after the sheep, don't you agree?
El Presidente today reassured the people of Tropico that life is better on our archipelago than anywhere else on the planet. Thanks, glorious leader.
Presidente, there is a flaw in our military machine. We do not have enough of the things that I want.
So, you know that math is the secret language of the universe, and algebra is the graffiti of reality.
You may have noticed new experimental surveillance drones outside your windows. Do not be alarmed. The drones attack when they sense fear.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice in how they...
Tropico, my beloved homeland, my adoring people. With sorrow I have watched you toil, but have faith in me, El Presidente, and your troubles will soon be over. Your Presidente hears the cries of the sick. You say there are not enough doctors to label all the illnesses, but soon everyone will know the names of all their diseases. As we strive, God shall not forsake our beautiful shores. Our spiritual friends guarantee this, for which we owe them one, in this life and the next. We must be careful with the Russians, my people. They cheat, lie, and steal, it is true. But they have many negative traits as well. We simply cannot trust them. It is you, my friends, who I thank for making me what I am today. I am proud to be your Presidente. Viva Tropico!
The Wealth from Health Corporation are slashing the prices of plastic surgery this month. Get a free freaky lip plumping with every nip and tuck.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you, Presidente. I might... That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you.
We all know that El Presidente hates bullies. So when superpowers try to bully Tropico, Presidente says, no more trade for you. Robot puppies! Safe but stupid? Or ticking time bomb to robot apocalypse? Canal Uno reporters will have the crucial answer soon.
You put the Earth first and now everyone is happy. Or they would be if they knew how important the planet was.
By my calculations, you have improved at least 8 of 10 metrics I've scribbled down on this napkin.
Announcing the winner of our competition to win a signed portrait of El Presidente. Penultimo! Congratulations, number 2! We knew 1,000 entries would suffice.
Let Penultimo humbly.
Not every nation is Tropico's friend, Prez. Not like I'm your friend.
Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz. ¡Vive!
genome sequencing, the future of healthcare, or a billion-dollar scam for American pharmaceutical corporations? Canal Uno suspects you already know the answer.
Prehistoric insect fossils, Presidente, so let's find out what DNA we've got. I got crocodile in the sweepstake. That would be a downer.
A multi-island theme park is always popular, Presidente. Armed insurrection, less so. People are aware of your history.
The palace denies all rumors concerning the development of orbital mind control lasers.
You hired scientists to design your theme park? Well, good to see you trying something new. It's usually left to the marketing team to screw up the project.
is complete. Once again, the breadth of El Presidente's awesome political vision is shown. The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice in how they are ruled. So selfish.
My friends, you are the dedicated ones, for whom no hardship is too great. True Tropicans, your tribulations shall be rewarded, with just a little more effort. My people, are you bored? Let Presidente entertain you. Oh, is nothing fun anymore? Let Presidente be all the fun you need. You don't enjoy life? Let Presidente enjoy it for you. Tropico has a proud heritage. We thank the conservatives who will not let our ways be lost or even mislaid. Tradition is the glue that binds the gears of this great nation. Of course, the Chinese think their superior numbers can bend Tropico to their will. But
Want to get on everyone's good side? Slash taxes and worry about balancing the budget after the next election. Everyone loves having more money, and if they complain when there's not enough money in the treasury to pay for health care, sanitation, crime safety, and so forth, well, you can repeal the tax cuts and make them all happy again. 2 easy wins for the price of 1. Aren't you tired of lithe, svelte citizens who are all skin and bones? By doubling food rations, you can make everyone happy. Well, except for the wealthy tycoons whose market economics thrive on scarcity. But everyone else will be mildly pleased at your generous gesture. Biscuit. Work is hard, and nobody appreciates that more than you, Presidente. You've never had to do a day of hard labor in your life, and you aren't about to start now. As a show of goodwill to the citizens of Tropico, a mandatory 2-hour siesta is to be declared after lunch. It is not a great recipe for productivity, but it sure breaks up those long afternoons slaving away. With this edict, you snooze, but you do not lose. When international relations go south, what better solution than inviting all the foreign powers to the embassy for a humdinger of a shindig? Canapes in the consulate, nightcaps in all the night spots, and a special party favor for each dignitary to take home and enjoy. Mr. Ambassador, with these bribes, you are really spoiling us.
Good to see you. See?
Are you lost?
Busy. Nice weather.
What a day.
Let me be. Hola.
Everybody loves money, but there is not enough to go around. It never hurts to seem more generous than you are, and nothing is quite as magnanimous as Social Security. Free money without having to work for it. If you ignore the ghastly mountain of paperwork, of course. If we offer it to just the elderly and university students, we won't have to pay out to most of the population, but we'll still seem implausibly big-hearted. A nearly flawless scam. If I may have your attention, Presidente. I am sure that you are burning to hear the frank and honest thoughts of the people of our great nation, especially when they know about a particularly lucrative business opportunity. The first 3 Tropicans with half-decent deals to offer will earn an exclusive one-on-one audience with you, our beloved leader, as long as they sign the waiver giving away all exclusive rights.
You're not terribly popular with my friends, Presidente. They say the only thing green you're interested in is money.
Have you seen the stock prices, Presidente? Looks like the Bears ate the Bulls. What a mess.
Dear listeners, do you hear humming noises above you? Don't be alarmed.
You put the Earth first and now everyone is happy. Or they would be if they knew how important the planet was.
Presidente, your aid is appreciated. With your help, we'll double our armed forces, redouble our efforts, and halve our expectations.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you, Presidente. I myself intend to vote for you many, many times. That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you.
You'll never guess what happened, Presidente. A breakthrough. I know. I think we might just change the world.
Babies. They cry, poop, and do nothing useful. But we love them so much, especially when they are asleep or in somebody else's house. Why don't we plan for more bundles of joy in the future by encouraging the citizens to do what they already want to do and take down the barriers between them?
Please excuse me.
I knew I could count on you to do the right thing. Eventually, and for a price.
The environment is a hot topic, Presidente, but your immediate efforts should focus upon the need for revolution and the freedom of the worker from the oppression of capital.
No way, Presidente. Mother Earth's your total priority. Once you've saved the planet, then you can help us humans. We're just a small, indistinct doodle in a much bigger picture.
Mobile phones. Modern miracle? Public nuisance? Or a cause of cancer? Let Canal Uno know your opinion. Call in now.
You're a friend of the Earth, Presidente. And
Hey, Presidente, I could use some help. Mostly I'm a self-actuated individual type, but sometimes we all need friends.
The environment is a hot topic, Presidente, but your immediate efforts should focus upon the need.
You're a friend of the Earth, Presidente. In return for your help, a potato, still covered in authentic dirt.
Our money's at work, Prez. I optioned the stock, stocked up on options, and stopped all the auctions. I've been doing more thinking, Presidente. Usually I pay someone to do it for me, but Marcia's got the sniffles. The Coastersaurus is a success! We officially have the scariest roller coaster in the world. That's great news, as long as you ignore the injury reports. Our money's at work, Prez. I optioned the stock, stocked up on options, and stopped all the auctions.
Thanks for your help, Presidente. Remember, listening to me is always the right thing to do.
Your help is appreciated, Presidente, but I'm afraid there's a problem with your paperwork. There's simply not enough of it.
The palace denies the construction of a top-secret spy base. In other news,
The hang gliders are in the air, turning thrill-happy theme park guests into our own early warning system. It's a 2-for-1.
Presidente, you are a good friend. But my ennui is unabated. Do not blame yourself.
I've been counting the seaworthy vessels on these islands, and the numbers just don't add up. So I've an idea, Presidente, and it's Titanic.
Tropico's flying cars have improved in leaps and bounds over the last decade. New flight times are almost a minute. Well done, nerds. Keep going.
It is such a burden being the heir to an unimaginable fortune. You cannot imagine the lack of pressure.
Ah, Presidente, welcome. I believe there is a place for you in my new world order.
Presidente, we've identified our DNA. It's a genuinely extinct creature. It's not technically a dinosaur, however, it's a squirrel. Initial research, Presidente, indicates that our Jurassic squirrel is in fact the fabled Tropican electric squirrel.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want...
Tropico! Some call it the Valley of the Shadow of Despair, but to me it is the Valley of the Shadow of my home. Our spirits cannot be broken, so rise, O Tropico, and despair no more! But what of my people? Oh, your Presidente knows your troubles. Your rumbling bellies are as loud as your cheers. Well, no more rumbling. There will be plenty of food for everyone. As we strive...
You act with great conviction, Presidente. A very Tropican trait. Why, some of our greatest leaders were convicted.
Robot cars. They drive themselves into the back of a truck so that you don't have to. Coming soon.
Want to get on everyone's good side? Slash taxes and worry about balance. Aren't you tired of lied, svelte citizens who are all skin and work is hard, and nobody appreciates that more than you, Presidente. You've never had to do it. I am always looking for ways to make our export business more efficient. And the biggest problem is that big boats are so slow. Well, we can squeeze a few knots out of every vessel if we wax the hull to reduce drag and switch from diesel engines to widdershins. It will cost a little more in maintenance, but more speed means quicker export money. I am...
Hey there, Prez! Boy, do I feel good today. Stocks soared overnight. I love it when I wake up richer.
Presidente, I am inspired. I have solved the problem of capitalism.
Security isn't just a word, Presidente. I need your help to make sure Tropico is secure from everything.
Our money's at work, Prez. I optioned the stock.
It is a great day for our comrades. We even had cake.
Did I forget something? Busy. Nice weather.
That's nice. I am sorry, not today, please.
So good to see you.
Oh, busy.
Hola.
Hola, how are you today?
Can I help you? So stressed.
denies any truth to global warming, climate change, or ozone layers. Changes in sea levels are merely the result of large mutant lizards.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to...
Good news, Presidente! We won the ethical debate. Apparently, 93% of scientists prefer research grants to ethics.
Presidente, some of your squirrels have arrived. There are fewer than promised, as some have apparently eaten the others on the journey.
You know what our amusement park needs? Some amusements. And I have the perfect flume ride design. So safe, you couldn't even use them in 8 out of 10 countries.
Victory is yours, Presidente. I knew that you would succeed, and not just because I personally filled in all the ballots, then counted them myself.
In the past, progress marched on, but legs are so tired. In the future, progress is gonna hover. So, you know that math is the secret language of the universe, and algebra is the graffiti of reality.
Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be...
Escucha bien el misterio total y aprenderás, señorito, lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal.
wet and furry flume is a huge success, and at half the cost I had budgeted for safety inspection bribes. Score!
Dial up and surf Canal Uno's homepage on the World Wide Web for all your pop-up advert needs. Canal Uno, the voice and future of Tropico.
The lifeboat station's in place. As far as anyone else is concerned, it's for yachting. Our own secret seacock. Look it up. When people get hurt in a theme park, it's the dude with the deepest pockets who always gets the blame.
All 4 squirrel habitats are complete, Presidente. They are all identical, but we will paint murals around them to pretend that they are different.
Palestinians putting chemicals in water to make citizens more compliant.
Oh, Presidente, your squirrel initiative is wonderful. They bury the nuts that grow into trees. They make more nuts to bury. It's like divine.
Nothing raises property values like a golf course. It's white gold, but not in a racist way. Well, maybe a little bit.
You're not terribly popular with my friends, Presidente. They say the only thing green you're interested in is money.
Spate of vandalism has been denounced by the palace as sour grapes. Poor people simply don't understand the pressures of wealth, a spokesperson said.
All these bus routes, Tropico Land is super green, Presidente, and I'm sure you won't regret saving all those cuddly squirrels.
What the heck facilities enforcing the ban on certain substances that all the citizens seem to enjoy, just because they happen to be called illegal drugs. But names are our flexible resource, and, hey presto, now they are not illegal drugs, they are medicinal substances. And while we are at it, why not go all the way and call them taxable revenue? It is so much better to take taxable revenue instead of paying the police to confiscate illegal drugs.
Good morning, Presidente. Here's my plan for our rodent-themed resort. The Nuts Casino.
The new robot voting system guarantees the next election will be fair, honest, and in no way at risk from unexpected bugs.
A good leader listens to the people, Presidente. Show you care for your Tropican comrades and win their hearts and souls, though you do not get to keep them, okay?
Speaking of souls, I'd imagine that El Presidente is looking forward to joining me in heaven rather than going to the other place. The Good Shepherd looks after the sheep, don't you agree?
There is a rebellion, Presidente. If these rebels want your attention so badly, they should make an appointment like everybody else.
Though nothing untoward has happened recently in the streets with bricks and firebombs, we are glad to report that nothing untoward has now ceased as well. An impromptu vandalism competition ended in victory today for the Tropican rebels, as they beat the local authorities by...
I knew I could count on you to do the right thing. Eventually, and for a price.
Thanks for your help, Presidente.
The comrades are restless, Presidente. They have not cooperated.
I sometimes wonder about your final confession.
Can we talk about the issue?
There's a new sport in the Tropican streets today called rebellion. However, the palace warns that without a license to play, rebellion is illegal.
Thanks for your help, Presidente.
The Nuts Casino and Resort? It's a success. We're lucky that nuts turned out to be a poker term. My bad for not checking.
Time's running out for the polar bear cubs, Presidente. Climate change is real. I know there aren't any polar bear cubs near Tropico, but they're so cute. You're a friend of the Earth, President.
I am...
Do not panic, Presidente, but
I knew I could count on you to do...
See?
What a great time to be alive! From future shock to road rage, technology has made everything better.
The citizens are demanding elections.
Presidente, your aid is appreciated. With
Tropico, my beloved homeland, my adoring people. With sorrow I have watched you toil, but have faith in me, El Presidente, and your troubles will soon be over. My love of my people is my shield and my sword. Rebels? To rebel against El Presidente is to rebel against love itself. And you saw where that got them. Of course, life is tough for those without jobs. I understand. My job is everything to me. But soon, my people, everyone will have tolerable pay, bigger bosses, and harder work. As we strive, God shall not forsake our beautiful shores. Our spiritual friends guarantee this, for which we owe them one, in this life and the next. So many of
You put the Earth first and now everyone is happy. Or they would.
Want to get on everyone's good side? Slash taxes. Aren't you tired of light, svelte citizens who are all skin and bones? By doubling food rations, you can make everyone happy. Well, except for the wealthy tycoons whose market economics thrive on scarcity. But everyone else will be mildly pleased at your generous gesture. Besides, it will be years before the detrimental health effects of chronic obesity will get noticed. Right? Am I right?
New privacy laws have finally abolished privacy. Now, true Tropicans can relax. If nobody is looking at you funnily, you must be a good person.
The hackers are so tired that they can't even flame the internet with petulant video game reviews, Presidente. Score! Hackers FTW. Presidente, I think we might have a problem. After landing at the coordinates we were given, well, there are billboards of you everywhere. But it's not you. But I feel it is you. But also that it's not. I'm confused.
We are receiving news that surprisingly organized vandals have damaged civic buildings in Tropico. Do not be alarmed. This is categorically not a rebel attack.
Hey there, Prez!
Boss, security isn't just a word, Presidente. I need you.
Our money's at work, Prez.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote. That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises.
You act with great conviction.
El Presidente, you just gotta help me make the world a better place for the trees and the little critters of nature. You just can't turn Tropico into a wasteland full of factories spewing toxic death.
Really, little lady, you must...
I have heard it said that Tropican roads are just not fast enough. But we can fix that with just a little regular investment in infrastructure. Don't be fooled by pipe dreams about public transportation or bicycles or, perish the thought, universal pedestrian access. No, the automobile is the way to go because faster is always better. And if we wear out the surfaces faster, well, you can kiss my freshly laid tarmac. When internet...
I sometimes wonder, Presidente, what the...
Nuclear weapons. Do they still have a place in our lives? Or are they simply objects of Cold War nostalgia?
I'd never count my chickens before them.
The rebels are starting to get bored of sleeping in the hills and eating stone soup. I hear the Wi-Fi out there is terrible. If we made it our official policy to forgive and forget, many would hang up their guns and come back to their jobs and the comforts of modern life. For those who are still upset that their houses were blown up in all the kerfuffle, that's what Truth and Reconciliation Commissions were made to gloss over.
In the past, progress marched on. We ordered Patagonian humping squirrels to kickstart the population explosion, Presidente. But did we go too far? Project Nutcracker is going great, Presidente. We have the perfect solution, but we're gonna need some uranium, okay?
Reports of downtown vandalism are greatly exaggerated. The fashionable new distressed architecture style is apolitical and proves nothing anyway, the palace says.
That's so much better. I can see clearly again. But the people haven't got any prettier. If anything, they actually get uglier the longer I look at them. Okay, back on target. The eternal flame stands proud, right beside a palace.
Have you seen the stock prices, Presidente? Looks...
Set your alarm, President.
Can we talk about the issues?
Our money's at work, Prez.
You act with...
You're a friend of the... Presidente, have you heard? Uranium, Presidente. That's environmental enemy number 0 being mined right here in a theme park?
Presidente, I see myself. Not in the metaphorical sense, but literally. That man over there is me, I think. He looks weird. It's like looking into one of those distortion mirrors at an amusement park. What is wrong with your mouth, you toad? The Parisians never sleep, sir. They don't even eat dinner until 2000 hours.
An official statement from the palace declares cryptocurrency to be unpatriotic. If it doesn't have a picture of El Presidente on it, it's not currency.
The design of the hyper-submarine was perfect, Presidente, but it was sadly built to 1/80th scale. It can only hold a kumquat. Reporting in. The blockage has been flashed, all washed and wiped. Sir, yes, sir. The operation is back on target. Presidente, it seems that gangsters in New York have rumbled our plan to steal a certain Lady of Liberty. Our elite squad is deep into enemy territory. But the compasses just arrived in this morning's mail.
I'm so glad the radioactive death slag is being properly disposed of, Presidente. Hey, what's with those yellow drums decorating the seafront?
Ah, so good to be away from that strange place, Presidente. I could feel the influence of evil Penultimo starting to affect me. But don't worry. Your Penultimo will always stay strong and loyal to you. For all eternity.
Project Nutcracker is complete, Presidente. This is something I've been dreaming of ever since I was 6, when I genetically spliced my dollies.
There wasn't in the brochures.
There she stands, Presidente. The eternal flame, ever burning, never going out. I wonder if we could make it to that other version of Tropico. Do you think they ever come here? That might explain my evil twin. They say it is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Well, we Tropicans think a little bit bigger. More light for a longer time. So, behold, the eternal flame. Its light shall never extinguish, and its flame shall never diminish in size. It will guide us on our way into Tropico's future, and even enlighten any opposition. Sir, yes, sir. The operation is back on target. Reporting in. The blockage has been flashed. I take a wrong turn, Highlander.
Time for a rest.
Presidente, the torch is inside the petticoat. Those shapely copper thighs and ankles are safely secured on tropical soil.
Crowds gathered today as the Busto de la Libertad brought her famous ice cream cone to the shores of sunny Tropico.
Plane touched down tonight at 2300 hours. We would have been here sooner, but we wanted just one more Parisian dîner et vin before dusting off.
Es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa. Y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz.
As the Eiffel Tower arrives in its new home, Tropicans say we to...
Ah, Presidente. We ordered Patagonian humping squirrels, but got Patagonian hunting squirrels. It's a keyboarding error, apparently.
As usual, I have taken one for the team, Presidente. I stayed up all night watching terrible movies to find a solution unlikely enough to work.
Escucha bien, muchachito. Escucha bien el misterio total. Y aprenderás, señorito. Lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa. Y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el
You can't expect business to run smoothly with so much oversight. We have to be free to buy and sell and hide.
Es que me gustan las cosas. Y como ves es la vida ideal.
want to get on everyone's... The squirrels are foolish to match their furry little wits against your formidable intellect, Presidente. The island is isolated, Presidente. The squirrels are trapped. Ha! You should see the looks on their furry little faces. Priceless.
What have I created? Presidente, mankind was never meant to see a giant mutant llama destroy a population of flesh-eating squirrels.
The island is isolated, Presidente. The squirrels are trapped. Ha! You should see the looks on their furry little faces. Priceless.
Lived in a nation. Now play the game! El Presidente has officially licensed the new Tropico Everybody Loves Presidente video game. On sale now!
You'll never guess what happened, Presidente. A breakthrough. I know.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente.
People of Tropico, it is I, your Presidente. You have showed your faith in me, and that faith will be rewarded. Every Tropican will get what they deserve. Behold the landmark I built with my bare hands. A shining example of Tropico's ingenuity. My fingers now throb with the blisters of progress, soothed by the ointment of victory. Your Presidente hears the cries of the sick. You say there are not enough doctors to label all the illnesses, but soon everyone will know the names of all their diseases. Tropico has a proud heritage. We thank the conservatives who will not let our ways be lost or even mislaid. Tradition is the glue that binds the gears of this great nation. Of course, the Chinese think their superior numbers can bend Tropico to their will, but El Presidente is not for bending. Let us speak of the nation's health. More doctors, do I hear? But that is not enough. We need better doctors working longer hours for less pay. So vote El Presidente for the future that you deserve. All of you. Viva Tropico!
You did it, Presidente! You did it! You cracked the tough nut to have Tropico Land take first place on the POT Index, Penultimo's objective theme park rating. Presidente, we never did manage to top the Tau Index, but we sold the movie rights for a fortune. More than enough to pay off all those wrongful death lawsuits. So, if there is a lesson here, it is not that we should try and understand science better. It is surely that we should try every crazy idea and worry about the consequences later. Later is the best time for everything. Don't you agree? You have done it, Presidente. Victory is ours. Victory is yours.